And then we'll get to the post-mortem, as Big Rig called it, the funeral. I don't think it has to be all that. But yeah, we'll get to a little review. I know we've been chatting in the group chat and definitely some differences of opinion in some spots. So this should be
Yep.
fun, boys.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I can't wait to get in a fight.
Yeah, someone sent out a notification on Playback that there's about to be a
There's about to
fight
be a
on the-
brawl.
Yeah, about to be a brawl on the land.
I mean,
Put
Might
us on
do.
the main stage, B
I was
Town.
gonna say might do numbers, honestly. Maybe that's what we need.
Yeah.
Any press is good press type of atmosphere. Do we have a slideshow to? There we go.
How's that?
Ask
That's
me
graphic, though.
As always with your graphics, Max, it's beautiful.
Thank you. I enjoy it. Yeah, we got quite a presentation. We're going to go through Wes's agenda here. We're going to talk about, the good times, the bad times, figure out where it all went wrong, talk a little bit about the land in review versus Cavs season in review. Yeah, it should be a good time. We'll make sure to add this as a replay so we can rewatch it over and over again. So
Ooh,
Let's
they
do
have a
it.
2-run double for Los.
Yup.
You'd love to
Let's
see
do
it.
Los is coming alive a little bit.
He sure is. Why not have
He
to
is.
DFA him after all?
He hit 2 home runs yesterday.
Might not have to DFA him after all.
Yeah, he's been a beast.
Now Lane Thomas is back.
I'm gonna start sipping the coffee
Wait,
now
is Lane
for
Thomas
when we get to
officially
the.
back in the lineup today?
I think so.
Okay.
I didn't see if he's in tonight.
Don't-
but he's
Don't
back.
quote me on it, though. Don't quote me on it.
I know he was. I thought he was on the rubber
Big
ducks
Rig.
and still needed to get. Wait, maybe I'm thinking.
You're thinking of Fry.
I'm thinking of Fry. No,
Fry will be back in a
is
couple weeks.
Lane is imminent.
Which will be huge. I mean, imagine all the. I know we're doing quick guard talk now, but for getting Fry back, you got Bieber ready to come back here in hopefully a month or two. Like,
And we just got Kluber as a pitching assistant.
Could be
And
good.
Young
Apparently-
Baz. Young Baz is ready to come up and smash too. So
Apparently, he's telling people how to throw some sinkers. So
Interesting.
Beats
All
how
All
he's
right.
saying,
Well, let's not
he's
get
saying
too
Bazana.
sidetracked with
Yep.
with Guardians talk.
he's out until August.
oh, no.
Let's get started.
we're going off
We
the
got-
rails already.
We got a lot of ground to cover. But I guess before we get started, connect with the land. You've heard me say it a million times. I'm going to say it one more time for the Cavs season. Check out our link tree. Scan this QR code. We've got merch on there. Link to our homage discount you can get, or a link. You can claim your free raffle ticket. That'll sign you up for our mailing list. We'll email you before the next season so you know we're still here. There's links to our social media. You can view the trivia leaderboard. And then I finally got the our website link up there. So if you want to get there via our link tree, scan that QR code. So, post-Cavs streaming. Now that the Cavs are done, where do we go from here? Well, we're going to be streaming every Guardians game. And we've established a schedule to live host one game of the week every week. So that'll include a live host and seventh inning trivia, just like we do for the Cavs games. We're also going to continue coverage of the NBA playoffs, whether that means that we're going to have a live host on stream or not, to be determined probably the day of. But at a minimum, we'll have the stream up there. And then we also have some special events planned for the summer. We have a screening of Believeland, Home Run Derby. We'll make sure to get on there. screening of Major League. And then if anybody cares other than me, we'll have the Roland Garros final. And then whatever you guys want to watch, we'll consider throwing up on the stream.
I don't even know what the Roland Garros
French
final
Open.
is.
French Open, brother. Come on.
Oh, I know what the French. Why didn't we say French Open?
Because it's Roland
Because
Garros.
it's Roland Garros.
Roland Garros.
It's the French Open.
No, it's Roland Garros.
Roland Garros.
Roland
Oh
Garros.
no, Rafa.
All right, May 2025. This is our schedule. We've got, of course, today, that's the 22nd. We've got our Cavs season in review. Friday, tomorrow, the 23rd, we've got B-Tow hosting the first dedicated guard stream with seventh inning trivia. Be the second game in that series. It's a big series. I know it's early, it's May, but be nice to get a couple games back from Detroit. And then Tuesday, the 27th, I'll be hosting against the Dodgers. Second game in that series. That'll be a fun one. And then as you can see, June 2025, we are all scheduled for our game of the week there. So all of these are on our schedule of events here in Playback. So you can check it out there, but we'll show this graphic every seventh inning slideshow. So that's where we're at. Again, one more mention. Tomorrow, 7:10 p.m. Eastern Time, B-Tow will be live hosting and doing seventh inning trivia guards at Detroit. Big game. Hope you're there.
Big series.
Doing the land
Be
trivia.
there.
Be there.
Be there.
Or B square.
All right,
You will want to be
Cavs
there.
stuff. We did crown a new winner. I made the executive decision as Trivia Meister. Throw It Down is our May winner, our current ruler of the land. And I want to celebrate all of our Cavs trivia winners in 2025. An honorable mention, first of all, to our first ever trivia winner, Ken. Ken, if you're here, shout out Ken. And then we had January,
Shouts out
our
Ken.
first official
Ken.
ruler of the land, and then we had Doc's Bone in February. We had the back-to-backs with Big Rig, March and April. And yeah, Throw It Down took it over in May. So we will continue to do a monthly crowning of the ruler of the land. Let's get to the Cavs stuff. How are you guys feeling?
I can start. I'll start with I am more sad about the Cavs than I am mad at the Pacers. I think the Pacers are respectable. I mean, they are going on a crazy run right now. We ran into some weird shit going on. But I am sad. I am disappointed. I'm slowly but surely getting less sad. But every time I think about it, I get re-sad. If that makes sense.
Makes sense.
Absolutely. Wes, how you feeling?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not mad. I'm like the class parent. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. I don't know. We had one of the best Cavs regular seasons in history, and we talked about it a few times. Like, we don't get this often in Cleveland, where you have like a team that's like this good, and that's like genuinely one of like the best teams in the league, and like not just in basketball, in any sport. So to go from that to the playoff exit is a little disappointing, but I think I'm also optimistic. I think this is just the start of our window, and I've said before that windows don't tend to be as long or as guaranteed in the NBA as a lot of people think they are, but I do think this is maybe just the start of something. So cautiously optimistic.
Okay. B-Tow?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely share some optimism. I think really I'm feeling, if I just say it in one word, I'm feeling polar. Like volatile, maybe would be even a better way to put it. I think that there are some really hard decisions that this front office is going to have to make or should have to make over the next really couple of years, honestly, depending on what happens next season. And you guys know me. I'm not one to shy away from having the crazy conversation, maybe even a little bit early. So, yeah, as we get deeper into this stream, I've definitely got some takes that you could certainly consider hot. Even when I think about some of them sometimes, like I'm like, do I even want to say this? Like, this sounds crazy. But yeah, I think that there are some really, really optimistic parts of what we saw from this squad over the course of the season. And then there are some, like, when you just look at it at face value, I think some massive, massive question marks. And some of the things that I think are massive question marks, I think might, again, be a bit hot take-ish and come as a surprise, but we'll be interested what you guys think and what Chad has to say about it as well.
If I had to boil it down to one word, I'm kind of between two words. I thought maybe confused, but I think more fitting for my emotion is uneasy. Like, I'm generally a very optimistic person when it comes to sports. I think I've been lucky with, I don't know, with Buckeyes football, with Steelers. You know, I consider us lucky as Cavs fans. I feel like, wow,
you got some championships under your belt.
We had our Aurora High School. We had a state championship. I mean, we've been able to celebrate. So I come in pretty optimistic.
Yeah, by football rules.
But
we need a green man emoji
because I just want to run it back. But I'm worried that one, either that's not the answer, or two, we're not going to run it back and we're going to make decisions that we regret. That's kind of how I'm feeling. I'm trying to be optimistic.
That's all, and that's sort of that's exactly what I meant by, like, I'm feeling polar. Like, I'm definitely down to make some decisions that we regret, because, like, for me, this is just how I view
I know
sports.
what's coming.
Like, yeah, I'm a championship or bust guy. Like, I'm not really interested in just like, oh, we know we're going to win 50 games every year, and maybe one year we catch a hot streak of shooting, or maybe one year everyone else gets hurt. Or, like, that's just not how I operate. I think you build a team to unlock a championship ceiling, and that's just my opinion. And yeah, you gotta crack a few eggs to bake a cake, right? As the analogy, you're gonna make mistakes along the way, but that's how you unlock a championship ceiling. So I'm totally cool with making mistakes. Like, that's just part of my nature. But, like, I do understand if you're a sports fan that's just like, I just want my team to be competitive, then don't change a thing. This team will absolutely be, like, competitive.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely will be competitive. Are they championship caliber? We will see.
I mean, I agree the goal is to win a championship, but this season was so much fun. Like, you can't, like, just say that was for nothing. Like, there was some great moments and great times, and it was, you know, it was awesome just, like, watching this team play all year.
Yeah. No doubt. Sports is all about community at the end of the day. So sports is definitely all about community at the end of the day. But and again, like, that's how I consume sports. Like, I want my teams to have a championship ceiling. I grew up in Cleveland. I've only experienced one championship. There's been two since 1948. Like, I'm not interested in, I want chips. It's like chips are, like, to me, the Washington Wizards are the same as the Cleveland Cavaliers this season. We both lost. And I'm not saying from, like, a fandom enjoyment standpoint. Like, of course, like, I got to enjoy watching basketball more. But at the end of the day, you both lost. Like, if you're from a pure game theory standpoint, if the point is to just win the championship, then there is no difference between finishing second and finishing 30th. There literally is no difference. Like, you both lost. So I understand, obviously, that, like, a team that finished second probably has more pieces to build on and things like that. But at the end of the day, it's Ricky Bobby style that we're playing here.
I was about to say,
like, this is Ricky Bobby. Like, I'm a Ricky Bobby, like, fan. That's how I consume fandom. Like, if you ain't first, you're last. Like, if we both lost, we both lost. I don't care if you came in second. You lost too.
I love that. Second is the first place loser.
Second's the first loser. Absolutely. Yeah.
I love that.
I think I agree a lot with what you're saying, B-Tau, but I will say that for the community part of sports that you mentioned, like, it certainly is a lot better to have the Cavs season in terms of, like, the community of it all versus the Wizards season.
As a
Absolutely.
playback employee, just saying, the most active communities are either the really, really good teams or the really, really bad ones. So I actually I
Interesting.
disagree. People love talking draft. Like when you have a super high, think about the Browns this year. Like it is way better to be drafting in the top 3, top 5, like having, we might get Travis Hunter. We might do this versus like the Steelers, Max. The Steelers.
Yeah,
We
it
both
sucks
lost.
to be a Steelers fan right now.
We both lost, but like now you don't even have the community aspect of like, okay, how do we get to turn this around really quickly? So, I mean, I think there's something to this like highly volatile style of team building where it's like, if you're not first, you might as well be worst. And I genuinely think there's something to that. Again, unless you're one of those fans that like loves the 47 win season, first or second round exit. You don't care. It was a fun year. And that's totally fair. Like if that's how you consume sports, but not for me.
That's
All
fair.
right. I think this is a great segue. I think this is a great segue into our next slides here. Is maybe we can change Brandon's mind if we just remember the good times. So I want to go through a handful of things this season that they can't take away from us.
I love this.
Some of these we're gonna look at and we're gonna go, it kind of makes me feel worse because now you look back and you're like, oh my god,
I
did that and we got bounced by the Pacers. But Cavs Frog 15-0 start. We didn't lose a game until November 19th this season.
That's crazy.
That was crazy. That start, I'm not going to say it screwed the Cavs, but it was like, whoa, the Cavs are the best team in the league. Like, we should win a championship this year. Like, that's where everyone's mind went, like, immediately.
I think one thing that the 15-0 start gifted us was basketball earlier than we expected. I mean, if you're a diehard basketball, you're watching from game one. But when your team goes 15-0, you're in it immediately. It's basketball season, and that's what it was. I mean, we were watching in December, and we were like, we're going to win the championship.
Yeah, I mean, we were into this. Cavs fans got engaged in the season early, to your point, just solely based on this win streak. And yeah, it was a crazy start to the season. It was, I think even after a 15-0 start, I don't think we were talking championship quite yet. I think we were starting to talk about like, I think that's really where it came into like, what is Kenny Atkinson really getting out of this team that JB Bickerstaff maybe wasn't? And particularly, what is he getting out of guys like Evan Mobley? And early in the year, Darius Garland was insane too.
Yeah, I think it was more about like, oh, the Cavs might have a chance to be the number 1 seed and maybe take the Celtics out of the top of the East, and like that could be something. And so yeah, it was an interesting conversation starter. Also, what happened to Cavs Frog?
I think he got hit with a cease and desist, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think like the Cavs
The one away very quietly.
Yeah.
I mean, once they lost, the cardboard sign didn't hit as hard when it said 15-1.
That's fair.
It's just okay. Cavs Frog.
And
Cavs
to be
Frog
honest,
got smushed.
Cavs Frog was kind of corny.
Weird.
It was kind of derpy.
This just real quick, the 15-0 start provided my personal high point for this season. It was that game against the Warriors.
Oh, the first half of the Warriors.
Oh yeah, up 40.
Next bullet point on the slide.
Cool.
Yes.
I didn't even know that was coming, folks. That's how on the same page to land. For this game, I was in San Francisco, and we were out eating dinner and stuff, watching it. And I had the same sweatshirt I have on now. I had my Cavs stuff on, and people were like, "Oh wow, you guys are smoking us!" And it was cool to be out in enemy territory for that game.
Always good to be in enemy territory when you're up 41 at half.
Shout out L-Dub's boyfriend for being a Warriors fan, and I'm
Yeah,
sure
that's okay.
L-Dub was going crazy watching that one, screaming in his face.
That's amazing.
Super kind and gentle.
How about talk about screaming? February 5th, DG half-court
Yeah.
buzzer beater against Detroit.
That was sick.
That was sick. That game
That
was
sick.
shaping up to be such like a crappy ending, like ref ball garbage, and then DG just like, I'm gonna hit.
The end of that game took forever too. I remember we were like,
Sure did.
the fourth quarter took like an hour, and we were like, oh my god, are we gonna have to go to overtime? Nope.
I remember that I called it.
Yep.
That was also-
Cunningham was at the line. I was like, DG game winner. DG game winner.
That was also like the first like semi-viral clip from the land.
That's
I think it
funny,
was.
actually. The first semi-viral clip from the land was from like some game super early in the season, and it's just like an 8-second clip of Sam Merrill hitting a corner three in like the second quarter, and it's like me and Jack goes like, Sammy buckets, and
Sammy
we're like,
buckets.
and I say, and for some reason TikTok algorithm just loved it. No clue why, but
Sweet.
but this was the first real one, I would say.
First legit one. Another thing to touch on, February 14th through 16th, All-Star Weekend. Cavs left their mark on the All-Star game. I mean, do we care about the All-Star game? Not really. I know
More about just
I forget
getting
who
there.
was I know me and at least Jack watched like the whole thing.
It was tough.
It was bad.
It felt like
But at least-
it felt like work.
I was at All-Star Weekend with tickets to the game. Didn't go.
Didn't go to the game.
Didn't go to the All-Star game. Nope.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
it sucked.
don't like the All-Star game.
No.
They need to change it.
Yeah, or just
They need to
remove
do
it.
something.
Just remove
Remember-
it.
Yeah, or just get rid of it. Exactly.
Remember
They should
when
have an
Wemby
all-star
and Chris-
team, and then like that's it.
Remember when
The All-Star.
Wemby and Chris Paul cheated at the All-Star game?
Yeah, it was like the
Yes.
first thing of the skills. Like, it was the skills challenge, very first thing of that day. And these dudes are gonna come out and cheat. Absurd. Of course, Chris Paul though. Like, duh.
Yeah.
So sick.
This one.
This was amazing.
Oh, this one.
This was
Sorry, I
the
had to blow my
precursor
nose.
to Halliburton throwing
Oh,
up the
good.
choke symbol last night against the Knicks.
You better be glad they won that game in OT. He was about to look real stupid if he did that.
No kidding.
Ended up losing.
This
I
was
think
the precursor
this
to
may have
Tatum's
been the
offense.
dumbest. This may have been the dumbest anybody looked throughout the entire season. I mean, we just talked about Chris Paul and Wemby cheating at the All-Star game. That's pretty bad, but this was a pretty glaring moment in my mind.
I think Chris Paul and Wemby's worse.
I don't know. Just the way this was filmed was so funny. Like it was on national TV, or
Very
right? It was
true.
on ESPN, and they just zoomed in on him, and he just like so clearly, and then it all went downhill for him after that. That was great. Okay.
Yeah, Tatum down with, I think Big Rig mentioned this earlier, but one thing about next year that, I mean, obviously you never want to see anyone get hurt, but that we benefit from is Jason Tatum will be recovering from a torn Achilles. So
Yeah. I think it kind of goes both ways with, do we go all in next year because we know Boston isn't going to be there, or do we just run it back knowing that, hey, we are
It's
probably
open anyways.
we could win with this team because we don't have to go through Boston. I know obviously we couldn't even get through the Pacers, but hopefully that's just a fluke. And
hopefully
And-
Pacers are working with some voodoo magic right now. So
Yeah,
seriously,
God.
that game
Boston
was-
also has salary cap issues they're gonna have to figure out this offseason. So it's not just Tatum's injury that's
They
haunting.
might, they
True.
might make some major moves.
Best record of any non-Cavs
Fingers.
team in franchise history. That's fun to celebrate. I think the main thing here is the
Legit.
Cavs are back.
That's
This is-
legit.
We're here. We're not the Cleveland LeBrons. We're the Cavs. We're a legit basketball city. Secured the 1 seed in the East on April 8th. That's an
That's impressive.
accomplishment. It's pretty great. Again, these next couple of things are kind of those, yay, but
But it got bad.
Yeah, kind of makes it feel worse. Evan Mobley, DPOY.
That
That
makes me
doesn't
feel
bad
good.
at all.
Yeah,
That
that
makes me
makes me
feel.
feel
That makes
great.
me feel amazing.
And
Yeah.
first team All NBA defense, right?
You're the man for.
Yeah.
You're the man for.
I mean, obviously, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, four's up, baby. Four's up. You the man for.
Kenny wins Coach of the Year. Not
This
Yeah, this
one
one I
doesn't make
feel-
me feel as good.
This one I feel a very particular kind of way about.
This one feels, yeah.
This is
I
a
said
regular season award.
I said something crazy to my dad on the phone. He was like, "Man, you're out of pocket right now." It's like I might be actually, but we'll get to that later.
We'll get to that.
You're
Yeah.
out of your damn mind.
Cavs
Yeah.
beat the Heat by a margin of 120. This one just feels weird. I mean, it's still an accomplishment, but
The Heat were in a playoff.
it doesn't.
The Heat
That's
were the
what-
10 seed in the East. Jack nailed it. The Heat were the 10 seed in the East.
Yeah.
The weird part about that was how quickly like the drop off came. Like that was a pretty big high, even though the Heat were garbage. Like to go from that to what happened against the Pacers. Ugh.
Yeah. So don't forget about the good times. There's a couple of things that I take away from here that you can't take away from me.
This team
Yeah.
did lots of really good things. They did
It
lots
was
of
fun.
really, really good things.
They made it a really fun season. But where did it go wrong? I want to go around the room. I'm just looking at these pictures. We don't need to refer to these pictures, but somewhere in these pictures,
there's a lot
I
of-
think this is where it went
Yeah.
wrong.
I think the answer's in there.
Jack, start us out.
Well, I think it was a combination of things. I don't think it was just one thing. It wasn't just Ty Jerome. It wasn't just Darius Garland. It wasn't just getting out coached. It wasn't just Pacers being annoying. It was a combination of all that stuff.
Oh, this is a good AP US history essay.
No, it didn't start with a proper intro. Dock a point immediately.
Well, I will say that I think the biggest reason it went wrong, it's tough to say. I want to say injuries, but I also don't. I think that was a huge part of it. I think the biggest thing, though, was Kenny getting out coached. I mean, the things the Pacers were doing to us, the fact that Darius Garland was out, Donovan Mitchell was getting pressed the entire game. I think this is kind of the biggest reason why Donovan Mitchell got gassed, and a big reason why we lost, because you can't have Donovan Mitchell carry you that long for all this time. I would have liked to see some CPJ minutes or another guard that can just bring the ball up and give some rest to Spider.
Reach.
That was the biggest thing. I mean, Ty Jerome had a historically terrible few games there. He did play good in game 5. He did have a good spark, that spark that we're used to. So I'm not gonna put this all on Ty Jerome, on our 6th man. Like, I'm not putting it all on our 6th man. Jared Allen. I mean, I support the guy. I'm a fan of the guy. But man, he is just not a playoff guy. He just doesn't have that edge you need. I mean, everyone says it, but he just doesn't have it. I mean, part of what we like about him is that he's just this nice, unassuming guy, but he's, an all-star. But he gets pushed around in the playoffs, and it just doesn't add much grit as a big man, which is what you need as a big man, especially one that doesn't shoot threes. But I think number one for me, Kenny. Kenny is the biggest reason I think we lost that series. That's what I'm gonna say.
Can I jump in after Jack? Because I'm so similar.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Jack, you just spit hot fire. Like Spit hot fire. I echo pretty much every sentiment. I will be a little bit more, not even a little bit, a lot more, let's say, confident in saying that the main reason that we got outed by the Pacers, not the main reason we didn't win the championship, because I think that would be injuries for sure. Like, as soon as we got hurt, the margin for error to win a championship was basically out the window. But we should have gotten past the Pacers. And I assign a vast majority of the blame to the guy in the top right. Kenny Atkinson, I give a 0 out of 10, F-, driving me crazy throughout the entirety of the playoffs. And it started in the Heat series. And because we were playing such a terrible team, and because we won by such a wide margin, I think the things that drove me insane are things that when you actually think about a head coach doing them are legitimately unacceptable. And the thing I told my dad that he said I was out of pocket and I need to slow down and take a deep breath and sleep on it. I told him I would either be considering firing Kenny Atkinson, I know he was coach of the year, or I make him basically head coach in name only. He's player development guy. That's something he's incredibly good at. He gets his guys to grow. He gets his guys to develop. But I need one of his assistants being the in-game strategy person. Like, I need someone else being the thinker out there because Kenny Atkinson ain't it, especially when it comes to the playoffs. He was horrid in the Miami series. Coming out of a timeout, we inbounded the ball into the backcourt and took an 8-second violation. That is literally unacceptable. If you're our fourth grade coaches, you're Arthur Fane and Des Porter, you can do better than that. Let alone trying to inbound the ball or get it across half court ever.
Oh my gosh, the inbound plays.
Or to Jack's point, Donovan Mitchell being dead tired. How about if he's your only ball handler, either get CPJ in the game or set him a screen. Give him some space. Set him an off-ball screen. Let him catch the ball in a little space. He left Donovan Mitchell to sprint around the floor for 42 minutes. Kenny Atkinson put his players in the worst position to succeed all series long, and he gets a legitimate F. The only thing he did well that I can think of in the entire series, I don't even think was his idea. Reinserting Ty Jerome late in the third quarter of Game 5, I saw the assistant come up to him. The camera panned to Kenny Atkinson a million times in that game, and I commented on it. He was sitting down every time, arms crossed, staring into space like he didn't know where he was.
L-Dub
I think his assistant told him, "Hey, Kenny, let's put fucking 2 in the game. Like, what are we doing? Like we need some offense. Let's put 2 in the game." Like, Kenny Atkinson was so bad on so many levels that it blows my mind. And in some ways, I feel like he's getting away with it because guys sat in Game 2 when they maybe could have played. I agree with Jack. I think Jared Allen's too soft. I mean, for the playoffs, we mentioned all season long, we don't think you can close with him at the 5 in the playoffs. He's not a playoff 5. He is a finesse big. I love the guy. He loves cats. He's got cool cat shirts. I love cats. He's awesome. He's a nice guy. But, like, Jared Allen is not a 5 you can rely on in the playoffs. Darius Garland needs to prove to me he can be healthy when you need him. The best ability is availability. And I understand, like, there is some luck involved with injuries. But at the end of the day, like, if you can't be healthy when we need you, then what good are you? Like, honestly, like, genuinely speaking. Mr. Clean, coach circles around our head coach. Another thing on Kenny, Miles Turner hurts his ankle. Evan Mobley shot over 70% effective field goal percentage in the playoffs. Highest of any player in the NBA playoffs. Miles Turner hurt his ankle was hot. We did not test him once. Not one time did the Indiana Pacers show that they could slow down, stop, do anything to number 4.
Yes.
Ty Jerome, I don't even blame. Ty Jerome's Ty Jerome. Like, that's what we were trying to say all season. Jack said it again. Jack, you said everything pretty much perfectly. He's our 6th man. He's allowed to have 3-4 bad games in a row. He's Ty Jerome. Like, it is what it is. And then he came back in Game 5 and did his thing. Kenny Atkinson, to me, was so bad that my issue is, even if we are healthy, even if we do make a change at the 5, even if we build the perfect roster, I have zero faith that he's the head coach that can win it all. Zero. And I understand he was coach of the year. I understand he does a great job developing. What I saw from him tactically in this playoffs was inexcusable, honestly.
Can
And
I
last
just-
thing I'll say,
Go ahead.
I think everyone, maybe even himself included, forgot that Four was a superstar this year. He broke out. He is a star player. Let's act like it. And when I talk optimism for the Cavs, it's Evan Mobley, it's Donovan Mitchell. With those two, dude, you're just a hop, skip, and a jump away from hoisting the Larry O'Brien. So as long as we got those two guys, like again, I've got more confidence in Four than maybe anyone on this earth. But man, they just don't make guys that size that move like that with that handle that can almost shoot 40% from three now. Defensive player of the year. Like, I think narratives follow Evan Mobley that shouldn't. He's lumped with Jared Allen going back to that Knicks series. People want to still say he needs to hit the weight room and gain weight or that he's soft. He is not.
I would like him to get a little bigger.
Once this year. You'd like him to get a little bigger. What if that means he's less mobile? What if that means that he can't handle as well? What if it affects his ability to shoot the three? Like, do you really think like Evan Mobley needs to be bigger? Or is it maybe that we need to take a step back and think it's potentially narrative driven and look at what season this age 23 player just had compared to when we were judging him as an age 20 player in the playoffs? Evan Mobley's 23 years old. If you stripped away his name and his narratives and you just looked at him, people would be like, oh my God, this guy's in a bona fide top 5 player, like for the future. But because he still has that narrative that carries with him, he's a slender guy. Like, I think people are sleeping on him. Like, chat, Four, I have all the faith in the world in Four. I think he's a potential future MVP. Like, they don't make guys like that. They don't. He's mini Wemby. People are obsessed with Wemby. Evan Mobley is mini Wemby.
At 7 feet tall.
Yeah, he's mini Wemby.
I will stay on the Kenny part. Just real quick. I hope this is my optimism coming out as a fan, but I hope since this was his first head coaching experience that he learns as much as a rookie player would learn in the playoffs, and he will be better going forward. That's just kind of my hope. I don't think it's like he's a bad coach. We can't do it. I think
He went to the playoffs with the Nets, Jack, so and got fired.
Well,
I
I
think
think there's room to grow. But yeah, go ahead, Wes.
I think Kenny. I think you're right, Jack, and I think the injuries did impact his ability to make rotation decisions. But Vital, I'm with you. I said it in the game too. At like that game 2 when the Cavs lost, I was like, Kenny's failing the Cavs here by not putting players in. But it does impact it. So I guess my optimism comes from like hopefully he can learn next year. But I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to get to my 2 things about why it went wrong. And it's going to sort of dance around what you two talked about. But I'm going to describe it under 2 categories. And the first one is like leadership, and specifically like playoff experience leadership. I think there was no voice of like authority or experience on the Cavs that was able to sort of calm them when the pressure ramped up against the Pacers. I think TT was fine. He was a great cheerleader, but I don't think he's actually a like voice of like authority and a calming presence on the team. I wrote down someone seconds after Game 5 ended that I thought would be perfect for the Cavs, and maybe it's just the Cleveland fan in me that wrote it down. But I think, yeah,
I love it. I love it.
What?
I want Kevin Love as the TT next year.
I love it
Because he is someone who can
No,
actually speak to, well, he's won a championship with the Cavs. He can, in that pressure-packed moment in the playoffs, go into the huddle and speak with authority and actually have an impact on the guys around him. So if we're going to sign one veteran player to sit on the end of the bench next year, I'd like to see Kevin Love back on the Cavs. Because the Cavs don't have it on the court, and they also don't have it. They also didn't get it from the coaching staff this year. To your point about Kenny Atkinson and Jack as well. The second thing that I think Kenny Atkinson is a big part of this, but it's something we talked about both in the regular season and the playoffs. And I'm going to put a lot of this on the players as well. It's that attention to detail and that sloppiness. And the Cavs had a lot of stretches in the regular season. Maybe it's just because we chalked it up to it's a long regular season. It's hard to play focused for 82 games. You're going to have ebbs and flows. But these stretches, we saw the same problems pop up in the playoffs, whether it be trying to inbound the ball at the end of game 2 or get the ball over half court within 8 seconds. The Cavs played sloppy, and it really shot themselves in the foot. And there's a lot of places you could point to that. Kenny Atkinson is the head coach, and it probably starts there. But I mean, these guys are professional basketball players. Like, they should be able to understand. And Donovan Mitchell said a lot of great things all season long. But I think maybe there's some more things he can do, too, to clean up this sloppiness. The series with the Pacers wasn't that far away from being
a series
or a potential win for the Cavs, right? You inbound
If
that
game
ball.
two
you
goes
let Miles
differently.
Turner block immediately comes to mind in game 5.
Yeah, the block, you inbound that ball in game 2 and you win that. It was very close to being a series, and the sloppiness of the Cavs just really put them in the foot. And so I'm looking to these players, and I'm looking to Donovan Mitchell and Kenny Atkinson next year being like, okay, all these sloppy stretches that happen when you're playing a late game in Sacramento, like, no, we're not doing that. We're playing you practice like you play, all those cliches you can throw out here. But yeah, I think, and because they played so sloppy, it allowed the Pacers to dictate the flow of that series.
They
Even with all
dominated the pace.
Even with all the injuries, the Cavs still had enough players to play the kind of offense that they played all regular season, and they didn't. So,
Points. All right, all good points. I personally think that Pacers got lucky. Refs sucked. They were poisoning our water.
Yeah.
We're fine. We should be in the championship. We should be going to the championship. The refs rigged.
Objectively did suck. They always do.
They always do.
They always do. I mean, that game 2, like, there was a lot of pivotal calls in that game 2 that should have, not.
I do quickly want to address something the Block the Shot said in chat. Basically, everything I said about Mobley he agrees with, except for one caveat. Like, Mobley needs to believe in himself, right? He needs to take more than 13 shots. At some point, he needs to demand the ball. This is one thing where I feel like there's a bit of a double standard. Like, when Phil Jackson is talked about, obviously widely regarded as one of the best coaches in NBA history, it's talked about how well he managed his team's personalities, right? He had Dennis Rodman. He had Michael Jordan, who's a big ego, right? He had to manage like the Pippen-Jordan relationship, Rodman going to Vegas. He gets all the credit in the world for managing a player's like personality, right? Like, why doesn't Evan Mobley get that same grace, right? Like, there should be a head coach. You have a soft-spoken superstar. Get a coach that can get the best out of them. Like, that's not... To me, that shouldn't be on Evan Mobley. Evan Mobley shouldn't have to not be himself. It's up to a coach to understand the personalities on his team and make them work. So if we're going to give Phil Jackson credit for it, then I think it should be something that like Evan Mobley should get the grace to be coached into rather than have to like eschew his personality to become something he's not.
Well said. All right. Top takeaways. I'll start us, but what's the one thing that stuck with you most from this Cavs season? I think the thing that I'm going to say, I didn't give this much thought, to be honest, but the thing that's sticking out in my mind, and maybe this is because it was more recent, but Donovan Mitchell, playoff Don is insane. That stuck with me because honestly, throughout the regular season, you just see a different version of a player. And especially like this season, we watch every single game. And I think I started to have some different picture of who Donovan Mitchell was because I'm watching regular season Donovan Mitchell. But when the playoffs started, and Donovan took the court, like he turns into a different player. He can just score on command all game long. Like that was game 2. It was our only way we could score, and we should have won that game. It's insane. I know we're talking high on we're all high on Mobley, saying he's a superstar and everything, but man, Donovan Mitchell, we can't sleep on him either. I don't know how many people are, but
people are.
That's what stuck out. That's what stuck out this season for me. Jack.
Good one.
What stuck out to me, obviously, Big Rig said it, the land. This has been the most fun I've ever had watching basketball season. Like watching the game with, my best friends plus all the Landinos. It's amazing. But as far as basketball goes, I would say the thing that stuck with me most is just watching the Cavs offense throughout the season was so fun. Their ball movement and lack of hero ball throughout the season, it totally changed during the playoffs, which is another thing we didn't get to really, is their offense just looked totally different. But watching the Cavs ball movement during the regular season was just like watching poetry in basketball form. It was the best. And they were just, the group of guys is just like all these good dudes. And it was just like the best vibes ever. So maybe vibe / offensive flow, the things that stuck out most to me.
Totally. Wes, what do you got to say?
Ooh, hard to follow. There's a lot of directions you could go with this one, but I think it's got to be Evan Mobley. We've talked about it I do want to say Donovan Mitchell, he took another, he's obviously a superstar and he's been a superstar, but he took another leap with this. He's probably the best Cav behind LeBron. Maybe that's recency bias speaking, but man, he's incredible. But Evan Mobley, we've talked about it for 3 years now. Can he make that next leap? Can he take that step to the next level? And he finally did. And I think he still has some room to improve, but he became a 5-tool player. To steal a term from baseball, he was shooting the three. He was being a freaking point guard. He was driving to the hoop. The Pacers, when Mobley got the ball consistently against the Pacers, they couldn't stop him. And to see Evan Mobley take that step was really cool. And I think he has the potential to replace Donovan in that conversation that I was talked about the greatest Cav of all time. He's still only 23?
23.
Man, I don't know.
Think about where you were when you were 23.
Drunk.
People get so
Dumb.
stoked about Victor Wembanyama, but are so skeptical of Evan Mobley. And I get it. Wemby's bigger. He's the better prospect. I understand that part, but it's is it really that far apart? Should you really love one guy that much more than the other? Feels crazy to me.
I think just the fact that Wemby is such a freak, looking person, I think that's what people like.
I've seen Evan Mobley in person. Does not look like a real human being. Looks like he was made in a lab. Literally. Looks like he was made in a lab.
NBA players, honestly.
Yeah, most of them look like that.
Wemby makes other NBA players look like.
You're right. When they practice, playing against Wemby, the trainers will have those ridiculous, long padded things out. It's absurd. Yeah, that guy's an alien.
I think with Mobley, the conversation had sort of stalled a little bit because it had been a couple years since he had taken a big leap. And people were like, yeah, he's good, but he doesn't look like he's going to turn into that all-NBA type player. And he did this year. And so I think there's a lot of reasons for that. I think Kenny's probably part of that.
Kenny's probably a big part of that.
But I don't know. That doesn't happen a lot. Often players' progress will stall and they don't pick it back up. So to see Mobley regain that momentum. really
I'll be short here, Max, so we can keep it moving. Obviously, it's going to be Evan Mobley for me as well. Donovan Mitchell, all those points I completely agree with. And it's Mitchell and Mobley that are the reasons I am so optimistic about this team's championship ceiling if we get the right pieces around them, including the head coach. I do think Kenny Atkinson deserves a ton of credit for unlocking Evan Mobley. It seems like the rest of the team as well, propping up Mobley to be his best version of himself. Across 79 games this season, 100 Angels got their wings. Number 4 was also your defensive player of the year. Led the playoffs in effective field goal percentage. The man is 7 feet tall. He can dribble. He can move like 7-footers should not be able to move. He is not soft. He is not Jared Allen. The man has some punch to his game for sure. I mean, he is maybe the most value misassigned player I can think of in a long, long time. Like, I genuinely do believe if you stripped away his name and like maybe the Cleveland market, as someone mentioned here, like, and you just looked at the numbers, the age, the measurables, the movement skills on the floor, you bet this guy's an absolute freak. Like what are we even doing here? So Evan Mobley, I think, is a bona fide superstar. Bona fide superstar in the making. And yeah, I ride with number 4, and Donovan Mitchell, as you said, Max, bona fide playoff riser as well. So let's see what we can do with these two from here.
Yeah. All right. So let's get into the off season. And I think we'll want to speed this up because there's kind of a lot to cover here.
Gotcha.
So off season, just some notes. Feel free to chime in if you want, but Core 4, D Hunt, Dr. Strus, Ice, Green Dean, CPJ, all under contract for next year. That's good. I like all those guys. We are projected to be a second apron team. Thanks, Evan Mobley.
That contract value went up.
And I think that D Hunt trade halfway through the year also pretty much get us in.
Can I
We are
just
projected.
say one quick
What's
thing
up,
there?
Russ?
Just shout out to Dan Gilbert for being willing to pay all that money.
Oh, absolutely.
He's a good owner.
He's a great
good
owner. We are projected $27 million over the luxury tax line with only 10 players under contract. And Kenny is on contract through 2029. He signed a 5-year deal in 2024. Cavs free agents. This is where I want you guys to chime in. What are we doing with these guys?
That picture.
What a great picture. What a picture.
Yeah, that's probably what Tristan's going to be doing next year.
Exactly. Wonk. Yeah. Hit the Vegas beach clubs or whatever, or the pool clubs.
Do we
beaches.
re-sign him? Does he retire? What happens with him?
I think he's in the media.
It's simple. Do we re-sign him or not?
No.
I think he is in the media next year.
Yeah. Sam Merrill. Do we sign him? Do we not?
Might
I
be
would
too
like to keep him
expensive
on
at
the
this point. I love Sam Merrill. I love Sam Merrill, but he might be too expensive at this point.
Talk about players that made a leap.
A legit on-ball defender. Like, oh my God. He's almost becoming like Alex Caruso light. He's not there yet. He's not at Caruso levels yet, and he's a little smaller than Caruso, but the on-ball defense was impressive this year from
He
Sam
didn't
Merrill.
even shoot well for most of the year. Everyone was hating on him, and it was like
you made the point, Jack. You made the point a few weeks ago, maybe months ago. Everybody kind of pins Sam Merrill as, white guy, 3-point shooter, nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a baller. He can defend. Yeah. He can play. He brings a lot more to the team than just that white guy.
Strong. If the Cavs, I know we're about to get to some trades here in a little bit. If the Cavs make trades early enough, I think they might try to re-sign Sam Merrill, which cover your eyes, big rig, or cover your ears, big rig, but that would probably mean trading a Coro. However, if the Cavs don't make trades and decide to sort of sit pat, I don't think they have enough money to pay Sam, unfortunately. Yeah. But I would like to see him back.
Javonte Green, re-sign, let him walk.
Pretty indifferent. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Javante.
Yeah.
I liked him. I like how he was willing to come onto our team and just kind of ride the bench.
Well, I mean, we were like a 64-win team. He had no choice.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess you're right. All right. Ty Jerome. Biggest question. Let me read through a few things first before we get into this. Ty Jerome played 70 games, averaging career highs in points, 12.3. His field goal percentage was 52%, 3-point percentage, 43%. In the regular season, Cavs were plus 11 per 100 possessions with Ty on the court. I am taking other people's words for this because I don't know how to do this research other than just finding it on articles. But Ty Jerome said the Cavs apparently can offer him $14.3 million. He has early bird rights. B-Talk, anybody correct me if I'm wrong on this. Early bird rights allowing us to sign him for up to 4 years, although that contract would have to be a minimum of 2 seasons and a minimum of $64 million.
Okay. So he's been here 2 years. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So that $14.3 million salary in 2025, 2026 costs us an additional, this part I don't get, would cost us an additional $80 million in luxury tax penalties, which sounds insane.
We must cross a luxury tax threshold.
And then that maximum
that's
offer,
the word for it, not threshold.
So then that maximum offer comes at a key number, considering this is, I wish I had the reference. Considering the mid-level exception that non-second apron teams would try to use to sign Jerome is projected to be $14.1 million. Plus, Jerome knows he can excel in Kenny's offensive system, and the Cavs can offer him a chance to win the title. There are teams like Detroit that might be able to use the mid-level exception to offer him more money. He could also potentially be offered a starting role somewhere else. So do we offer him, I think the first question is, do we offer him that $14.3 million? And even if we do you think he's worth it? Do you think he's worth more? Does he go sign somewhere else?
This is so tough. Oh, he would definitely go sign somewhere else.
After watching him in the playoffs, I think he's a great regular season player, but his foot speed is so slow, and he can't get open. I don't know if he has what it takes to be a good playoff contributor, which is at the end of the day, that's all we really care about. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, recency bias watching him, flop in that Pacers series, but I don't know. Just watching his style of play translate to playoffs just didn't. I mean, he beat the Heat, but all right, who gives a shit? When the Pacers was a real series, and it was bad.
You mentioned Detroit. That's actually really funny because I had a comparison ready for this, for exactly what I'd want to pay Ty Jerome. Falls just outside your range there, Big Rig, of 10 to 12. Dennis Schroeder is 2 years, just over $25 million, about $12.7 million per year. I think I would pay exactly that for Ty Jerome. Ty Jerome was awesome this year. Let's be real. He's a six-man, but he was incredible. And our team could use the playmaking, especially because we know our starting point guard likes to get hurt. So, yeah, I'd pay him. Yeah, and it's got to be the 2-year contract, something around 2 years, $25 million. With DeAndre Hunter on the squad, you honestly say, we traded for your homeboy. You're going to be here. You excel in Kenny's system, right? You and D Hunt can go on vacations together, whatever the hell you guys do. Yeah. 2 years, $25 million. Let's get it done, Ty.
I agree. Unless you're convinced that CPJ is going to become like that next ball handler, or he's ready to be that this upcoming season.
Right.
Like
I
think
I
I'd like
he
to.
is.
Oh, I don't know. I think the people in the building are going to know that far better because they've seen a lot more. If you're convinced you are, then I think Ty Jerome's expendable. If not, I think they need that ball handling presence because of what Brandon just talked about with DG. I don't know if this is really comparable, but if it's a choice between Sam Merrill and Ty Jerome, that's a tough one. But I think I'd go with Ty Jerome.
I'd take Sam Merrill all day over Ty Jerome.
I just
Yeah,
I think Sam Merrill's skills can be filled in a little bit with Okoro, assuming he can become a bit of a, 15-minute a game player in the playoffs. But I agree, Sam Merrill's a better all-around player.
Okay.
Do you have something?
So I just want to let's wrap this part up. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Do we re-sign? We'll adjust it to 2-year contract, $25 million. Do we offer it to him? Do we not? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah. To be totally transparent, I do not have much knowledge on how salary caps and all this second Abram shit works, so I don't even know what the true options like.
We got
me.
thumbs. We got some thumbs downs in
got
chat.
some thumbs down.
See, people have turned on Ty.
The other thing,
No, it is an expensive price.
The other thing, and I second kind of what Jack just said. Like I said, I don't know really what I'm talking about, but it sounds like if we don't sign him, it sounds like it's not like we just get that money and we can go spend it on somebody else. We kind of are in a situation with where we're at financially, or we kind of have a weird advantage to be able to sign him.
We have his bird rights, his early bird rights.
Yeah.
We're likely not going to sign a free agent that's going to provide as much value as Ty Jerome.
Yeah, we're really restricted when it comes to free agency and everything. So if we think we need him on our team, maybe just if we maybe think we do, kind of to Wes's point, then might want to dish out the money. Okay, moving on. Chuma, Imani, Luke Travers, they're also free agents too. We don't need to talk really about them, in my opinion.
No, we don't. Moving on. Although I am
right.
interested for some Jalen Tyson next season.
All right, let's
That
rip
too.
through these.
Bring back Thor.
We're going to hear about
Bring back
potential
JT
trade
Thor.
rumors all off season long, so we don't need to start beating an already dead horse. Ben Simmons, potential off-season target. I want thumbs up and thumbs down. And if you have something to say, go for it. But let's keep this.
Nothing
quick.
needs to be said here. We all
I'd
know.
cut my thumb off if I had to.
Then you couldn't
Yeah.
give a thumbs down.
Yeah, Big
That's
Rig
a good
wanted
point.
Ben Simmons, a classic non-ball knower.
Yeah, classic. Nobody else
Get him,
wants-
Jack. Get him, Jack. Jake LaRavia.
Jake LaRavia.
What a pull.
Jake LaRavia, if you don't know who he is, 6'8", sharpshooting wing, Niang-esque in the
Oh,
as
Now
far
I'm out.
as his
Niang S,
basketball
say no
IQ.
more.
yeah, that's the comparison.
I'm
good.
in. In. If
I mean,
he's
the
like
honest
anything
answer-
like Niang, I'm in.
The honest answer is it's Jake LaRavia. Like, who? But I guess I'll go down.
Rashawn Yabusele.
Ooh. I'm a Yabu fan. I'm a
This
Yabu
is-
fan. The Olympics made me a Yabu fan, so it's
Yes.
appropriate that he's in his
That's the
Team
only-
France
I didn't
jersey
even know
there.
He was he was in the NBA this year, but
Imagine him going up
he
against
was great in the Olympics.
He was
imagine him
amazing
going up
in the
against
Olympics.
Neesmith and Matherin. Sign me up.
Give me Yabu. I'm
Yeah,
down.
I'm in.
Thumbs up. As far as I can tell, it would be very unlikely that we get him. But hey,
These are just
We
fun
can pray.
hypotheticals.
We can pray.
this one, Karras.
Drop him in
We could have
chat.
used a little. We could
Carrot.
have used a little Karras against the Pacers.
Can we get a carrot in the chat?
Yeah, let's get it. Let's get some carrots.
Whitey Skoog's over it. He's done with the Karis LeVert experiment.
Yeah,
Good times, Carrots.
I'm thumbs down on this one. I really want to be thumbs up because I liked Karis, but I don't like going back. I don't like that we got Tristan back. I don't like going back in time. Let's move forward. There's plenty of fish in the sea. Thumbs down for me.
Max says he wouldn't take LeBron.
That's an exception.
Where's Jack? Jack's going up on
Jack's going up.
Carrots.
Carrots. He just wants to be able to put carrots on the tray.
I just like the emojis. Yes.
How about the King of Cream City?
Okay, so
No.
what's the stipulation here? What's the package we're shipping
Mobley's
off?
in the package.
Mobley.
Mobley's in the package?
Not Mobley. We all know Mobley for Giannis is a thumbs down.
That's what it would take.
And
Yeah,
I don't see them doing it for anyone else. I agree.
Yeah. No.
And I don't want to do that. Pass.
Ouch.
Wouldn't it be crazy if I just said all that stuff about Evan Mobley and was like, yeah, ship him for Giannis?
Giannis and Mitchell though is a pretty like Giannis and Mitchell is probably closer to what people thought Dame and Giannis would be. Like they would
I
actually
would do it for Jokic. I would trade him. For Jokic, I would.
Yeah.
For Jokic, yeah.
For Jokic, I would.
Anyone, yeah, I think you trade anybody 1-for-1 for Jokic.
Yeah. Other than Wemby, probably.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Wemby's.
No.
I don't know. I don't like the fact
Wemby-
that Wemby's hurt.
risky.
I'm
That's actually very
worried
true.
about Wemby's
He
longevity
does
in
have
the
a
NBA.
DVT. That's a very good point. That's
I'm-
actually a really good point.
I'm worried when somebody gets when somebody that young and that tall and that freakish is out for the rest of for an entire season. That I start thinking of Greg Oden. Start thinking of these guys that just could have been so great. Obviously, Greg Oden's like 3 Wembys morphed into one weight wise, but all right, Kyrie and LeBron. Would you trade the whole squad? Would you trade the core 4 to get Kyrie and LeBron back? If
We do
get
not
Kevin
need
Lo-
Kyrie
and
Irving
Kevin
and LeBron
Love.
James.
Not at this point.
Better question.
No.
Is there any chance either of these guys suits up in a Cavs jersey in 2025, 2026?
No.
It's the negative
Negative.
old.
percent chance.
I wouldn't say negative.
Negative.
LeBron's got enough money, and LeBron might do something really weird. And
Yeah, Big Rig said
there we go.
Ma-
One day
if he wants to
contract,
retire a
as
Cav, maybe I see that. But he's not playing. But I also think he's going to play past next year.
He might.
Honestly,
He might.
but
I don't know.
We don't
I
need
would
to.
not-
We don't need to cover that. You can turn on ESPN and hear that
They're talking about it right now.
conversation over and over and over again.
are they actually, Jack?
No, I don't know.
Somewhere they are.
I haven't watched ESPN in a while.
Good man.
All right. Off season continued. We've got a few things. Possible extensions. Darius Garland up for a potential 2 more years on his contract. Sam Merrill before free agency opens is when if we're gonna keep him, we'll see an offer or a deal come through before July 1st. And then Green Dean, Dr. Shrews, D. Hunt will all be up for extensions starting October 1st.
Talk about a playoff player. Max Strus is a playoff player. He was a shining star in that Pacers
Absolutely.
series. I mean, he had a bad last game, but he was one of the guys that was actually bringing some of the energy.
L-Dub
Sam
with
Merrill's
the
a dog,
Dr.
man.
Shrews.
Sam Merrill's a good player. He really is.
Yeah.
He shot, and to your point, Jack, he shot like shit this year too.
To the point
I mean,
where
he's still making
everyone
positive-
on Twitter
still
was
making
like,
positive
"He
impact."
sucks! Oh my god, what are we having for if we can't shoot?"
He was still making a positive impact.
Like, shut the hell up! You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, look at all our awesome draft capital.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Not looking good for us. We've got a 49th and 50th overall picks. Those are
Hey,
pretty
our
much
team is
garbage.
so young already. We don't need to get any younger.
Yeah. Future draft assets. We've got our 2026 first. It is not protected. I believe Utah has potentially can snake that one from us. We do have our second round pick, so I don't know, could be used for some sort of trade next year. I don't know. 2027, we got our second round pick. We do not have a first round pick. 2028, we have a first. That one is also unprotected. We do have our second pick still. And then 2030, we got our first. 2031, we got our first. I don't know if we have anything in 2029.
We just shipped off all our 29 draft capital. Wonder.
I think so.
Well,
I looked at
I
that.
didn't notice that when I was putting this up there, but
was that in the Hunter trade?
To Utah, Big Rig says.
Utah, that would make sense.
Wait, the Kyle Korver trail is like what? There's no way. You can't even trade your draft picks that far in advance.
Last thing on here. Will Tristan or K-Love retire? And more importantly, do we hang jerseys if they do?
K-Love for sure.
Yeah. that's
Tristan,
what
I
I'm-
don't care. Whatever they want to do, I'm cool with.
They probably
Um,
will, just as like a good job.
I don't
You were on
think
the
he
team.
gets.
I don't think we
he's-
hang his jersey, yeah.
But I think Kevin Love for sure. I'd like to see Kevin Love on the Cavs next
That's
year.
right, Whitey.
I almost think of this last season. Tristan's contract was kind of his version of getting his jersey hung. He got to do a little tour with the Cavs, when probably he did not need to be on the team. Got a little bit more money. Okay. That's it for the offseason. Top takeaways. What is the top thing you think the Cavs should prioritize this offseason? Got your fly. Jack,
Go
let's
ahead,
start
you-
with you.
Oh, all right. Prioritize. Well, it seems like they're kind of locked in with a lot of their players, the way the team is built. I don't think they're going to do anything too crazy. Whitey Scoob, yes, we need a backup big. Someone big, someone mean, someone that can get rebounds. That's all I want. Someone solid. That's it. That's all I got to do.
Okay. Wes?
I'm making a trade. Or I'm at least exploring a trade, and maybe there's not one out there that gets you good value, but I'm making a trade and I'm looking for two things. The block the shot just kind of called it out. Guys who can have an impact on both sides of the ball, who are also physical, and ideally who have playoff and deep playoff experience. I think the Cavs need some of these elements. They got bodied by the Pacers, even in spite of all the injuries, and maybe because of the injuries. I mean, the Cavs, we talked all season long about how little minutes the Cavs starters were playing, and then it all just collapsed in the playoffs. Like, we need durability, maybe is a better word than physicality. We need
He
durability.
stole it from me. He stole it from me.
Like, so if I'm the Cavs, I'm looking to make a trade. I'm getting some size to add to Mobley and Allen and some durability.
I was literally going to say, top takeaway. Well, first, block the shot. Completely agree. And it's actually a point that I have not really considered all that much. But when you look at it, Evan Mobley and to some degree DeAndre Hunter are really the Cavs' only two-way players, which is kind of crazy and not going to work in the playoffs. Like, other than that, everyone's kind of like a specialist to some degree, right? Don being the volume shooter, or like guard stoppers, wing stoppers, right? So very, very good call out there from the block the shot that I hadn't thought about. So I agree with that. More two-way players. But Wes's point on durability, I was going to say injury prevention. Whoever the strength and conditioning person is, we might need to bring in a new one. I want injury prevention. I want this team to have as many people playing as many games as they possibly can, unless they're sitting for rest, right, on back-to-backs and things like this. Like, I need a team that is available when we need them down the stretch. And remember, guys, all we talked about, like we talked about this a ton. How many minutes were saved on these guys' legs going into the playoffs? It didn't matter. They still got hurt. They still got gassed. So
Didn't matter.
strength and conditioning, injury prevention, hit all the stretches, boys. Build up whatever you got to do to make sure that you're available when we need you. Start getting that work in now.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with all that. I agree with the durability. Watching the Knicks and watching people like Mitchell Robinson push people around and get 8 rebounds on limited minutes. Like, we need that kind of guy. Like, where's our big bruiser that you just where's our big wall of a human? This is the NBA. There's plenty of those guys out there.
We've been calling for that since the Knicks series.
Yeah, since Mitchell Robinson
Yeah.
Since Mitchell Robinson dominated us.
Dominated us. Yeah, those just offensive rebound after offensive rebound. We just got nobody who can when they're tired push people around just because they're just physically too big. They're just bigger than the other guy. We need a heavyweight. We have no heavyweights. All right. That's it for off season. We're going to move into our kind of final section. A little bit more light. Top land moments. We're going to have some land superlatives in a little section I got called the over-under. And I think I got something else in here. So top land moments. I'll go through these, and if you guys want to add as we go, feel free. December 2nd. If I recall, Wes, I think you have this date in our mind, in your mind. I think you said it was December 2nd. That was the first stream we did as the land. That's a top moment in my book.
Cavs Wizards in the NBA Cup.
Cavs Wizards.
This was fun.
Wow.
Hootie Garland.
Yeah, Hootie Garland.
Oh man.
Not Hootie Garland. Hootie Garland
in the airport. Hootie Garland gave him what, $24.99 to do that.
Sure did.
Solid power chat there.
Sure did.
Yeah, he gave us a power chat, and then we never saw him again.
Never saw him again. Once we called him out. Yeah.
Hated that.
Yeah. I wish the camera was just on Holly when you were doing that.
She hated when I did that.
Hilarious.
She moved sections. She went to like a different gate.
She left?
Oh yeah, she walked to a different gate. Like to the gate like next to us to not be associated with me.
That's hilarious.
It's amazing. B-Tow, we mentioned this earlier. B-Tow, again, B-Tow's
She said she was actually laughing at me.
Wait, is she laughing in the background?
But she couldn't stop. Yeah, she said, but she couldn't stop laughing at me, which is why she moved kids.
So she was embarrassed for herself because she was laughing uncontrollably.
Yes, that's what it sounds like.
Not that she was embarrassed to be seen with you in public at that point.
However you want to phrase it. One of my favorite moments just on our stream, as far as like a replay, and I know we talked about this already, but B-Tow's call during the DG buzzer beater. That was one of those where when after a game ends and you're just sitting on the couch and you're like, it's time for bed, but you want to just like keep watching the post-game conference or just watching the replay. I remember watching that replay just over and over again. I mean, like what a great moment.
Yeah,
it's like one of those days where you would wake up to SportsCenter being on its like 12th loop for you, like back in the day.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You're like, I gotta just keep watching this over and over again.
Yep.
Good times.
When
it was good. That's right,
that's
Whitey.
not right. Shoot. Something got screwed up there, but I guess
Just keep
that's
it
our
moving.
only moments. I don't know what else I had here, but I had something and it got screwed up because I double clicked something.
Plenty more moments to come, Landinos. Plenty more moments to come.
Yeah, plenty more moments.
Throw it down. Yes, the black hole is on there. The Wes and Jamal going off the rails, trying to figure out if we live in a black hole, what's going on with space, and then also we touched on Wes's controversial presidency victory over Max, which is
for the senior class president. Yeah,
very controversial, but also hilarious that they are both here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
Jamal and I did not
different
talk
our
once
lives
about
would
the
have been.
Cavs.
Just about you being corrupt.
No, literally, that was it. The whole game, Jamal and I did not talk once about the basketball.
Stop the steal.
Yeah, what else? I mean, what else do we got? What were your guys' favorite?
I mean, I saw someone shout out the TT dunking at the end of
Oh, that was awesome. I love
the end of the
amazing.
Raptors game, right?
Yes.
That was hilarious.
And then
Like,
trying
when
to like fight the entire team after he did it too.
So I wasn't on stream for that game, but when I went back to the clips to post to like socials, literally I watched it like 20 times before I could even clip it. I was like, what in the world did Tristan Thompson do? And I didn't have the context of like, them picking up full court before. I just had the clip. And I was like,
I wasn't thinking that either. I mean,
I was
watched
like
the whole
Google
game, but-
searching and Twitter searching if like there was like beef, like or something like that. Like I thought someone like cheated on someone's wife or something. Like I was like, why would he do this?
Crazy. Oh, I had one, but I
Moments,
lost it.
other big moments. Big moments.
I have it's not quite a stream moment, but our Reddit beef is
Yep.
hilarious.
Reddit beef.
It's still ongoing. I mean, we've had the other mods that banned us make burners and try to like sabotage us in comments and like lie about stuff, and it's just like
The one guy in there that I had a conversation with, he's like, and it's not even true that you can go in there and they'll give you VIP access. You have to pay for it. Like, no, you don't. And he was like, what do
Lies.
you mean? I literally, how could I even lie? I literally am doing it right now. Like, no, you're not. Like,
You're lying.
that's just a troll.
and he was saying things like I've seen the screenshots. I know what you guys have said. And it's like, wait, you're either a mod that was directly communicating with us, or you're just straight up lying. So that little nugget for me was like, this is a mod. This account's 10 days old. Like,
Yeah.
Real quick on the Lagarto episode that we had. If you remember that, I forget who all was on that, but I know
I was not on that.
No, you definitely
not
were.
there.
You definitely were, because remember, it was the guy trying to impersonate Jamal.
Oh, I do remember the guy trying to impersonate
He
Jamal.
was like-
Come in
he was
and
like,
like give me creator or whatever.
He's like, I lost my creator status, and I was getting ready to give him creator
almost got
status
duped.
when you were like, nope, that's spam, and I was like, oh, thank God, B-Tow's here.
I was like, then I started calling him out too. I was like, you bum in your mom's basement somewhere. Not that there's anything but being in your mom's basement if you're a Landino, but if you were this bum coming in here, like trying to mess with us,
We
not
were
gonna happen.
milliseconds away from me giving him creator status because I thought it was Jamal.
Hootie Garland was hilarious.
Hootie Garland impersonator.
How about the Frocoro Alliance and their performance in trivia, mostly
Ooh.
led by Big Rig?
Absolutely, yeah.
That sticks out as well.
That was that. What was it? What's the month after May? April.
June?
Wait, no, before May.
April?
I always struggled with months. January, February, March, June, July, August, September, December. There was some stupid song that screwed me up for a long time. I could get it now. I just have to really think about it. Anyways, April. Big Rig won like 2,200 points, and the next person was at like 400 or something like that. Maybe it wasn't that big. Because I think it was. Oh no! I think it was Whitey Skoog snuck in and had 800 points. But yeah, the Big Rig dominated. So shout
Domination.
out Big Rig for that. That was impressive. So stump the squad. Stump the squad.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. We'll have to set that up.
Stump the Big Rig.
That'd be a good Sunday.
Okay, this will be maybe a fun little section here. I want thumbs up for over, thumbs down for under. Chat,
Okay.
Participate. We'll go through these kind of quick. All right. First one, over under. Don trade rumors Will we hear about them before or after June 30th?
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Just trade rumors.
I don't think we
Never.
Don unhappy trade rumors.
Never. So
I'm
I guess
gonna take the under.
never.
So you'll take the over. We won't hear
Yeah, the
about it
over.
until
The over. Yeah,
after
the
over.
the season.
The over.
I hope you're right.
I don't think he
I
even
just-
can be traded for a little while per the NBA
Oh,
rules.
block the shot likes the under.
Likes the under.
Oh wow.
It has been
we've
a
already
very.
heard Mobley- we've already heard Mobley trade rumors.
There's been a pretty toxic start to the offseason.
The trade proposals I've seen on Cavs Twitter have been atrocious.
You're right. I do
Atrocious.
underrate NBA Twitter's ability to be absolutely stupid. So I'm
Ridiculous.
still
But does
going
that
over,
count?
but
Does that count as a trade rumor? If
No,
just some
I think
guy
trade
with like
rumor- I
500
think trade
followers.
I think it has to be talked about on like First Take or like one of those ESPN ones where
they're not much better than Twitter these
they
days.
aren't much better, but they're the.
Basically,
they'll
our
take the top.
Twitter.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
Good question. We got different opinions there.
$14.2 million. Ty Jerome's salary for 2025-2026. I'm saying over.
I think it depends on if you think he's a Cavalier or not. If he's a Cavalier, I go under. If he's not a Cavalier, I go over. So do I think he comes back? Do I think we re-sign him? I'm going to go under. I do think we re-sign Ty Jerome for a number lower than this.
Shout out L-Dub. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for subscribing.
Thanks, L-Dub.
Catch us for some Tribe games. But if not, we'll catch you for the Cavies next year.
And Believeland.
In Believeland.
16th, I think.
See, I'm going under on this one.
You're going under? I'm going over. I'm going
Under.
over, and I think we might still pay him the
Be the team?
14.3. Yeah. One, blockbuster trades that the Cavs are involved in.
Let's define a blockbuster.
Core four
You'll know it.
trade. Or somebody like D Hunt involved in a blockbuster trade where we get
Actually, I'm going.
So yeah, anyone of core 4 or D Hunt, that makes sense. I'd consider that a blockbuster.
Wes, you're going no opinion?
No, if it's the over
no,
under
saying
is
one.
one, I'm saying it's
Oh.
a push.
Wes is saying he hits the
I
number.
think the over-under is 0.5.
Yeah.
I think,
yeah, good.
I
good.
hope, and I think that we move Jared Allen. The question is the market there to really get anything in return? I'm going to say it's exactly one. I'm with Wes. I think we move JA.
I'm
I
going.
think they're running it back.
I'm going run it back. I think that's what they're going to do. I don't think they're going to be criticized if they do that. And I think with Boston missing Jason Tatum, I think there's a lot of confidence going into next season with exactly what we've got.
I think it's most likely they run it back, but I think they're going to be shopping for value for DG and Jared Allen. And if they find it, I think they pull the trigger.
Really quickly, question in chat. Big Rig says, guess how many pounds of free fries the Cavs would have gotten you this year if you redeemed your fries every time?
Did we hit 100? A lot.
100 pounds? Are we going in pounds?
16.2.
I mean,
100 pounds would be
120.
wild, right?
Yeah, that would be a lot. Throw it
I'll
down
go
so it's
with
close.
what's the movie with Will Smith? Pretty bad movie. Something pounds. That's 7 pounds. Yeah, I'm
7
going with that.
pounds, yeah.
Or go with 27.
Give
I'm
him
going with
his
27
eyeballs.
pounds. That seems high actually. Oh well. Big Rig, drop the answer for us. We can keep moving, Max. Sorry about that.
Okay. No, I love it. That's what this is all about. Speaking of poundage, wait. Evan Mobley will gain in the offseason over or under 5 pounds.
Over, baby. He's in the weight room.
Wes is the ball knower, 16.53 pounds. Man, I don't know. This is so tough. I like this question though. Wait, he will gain. I don't even. I don't think he has to gain it, but will he gain it? This could be bad too. He could just get fat.
He's not
Totally.
getting
I
fat.
don't think it's possible for him.
Is he gonna get Lucas syndrome?
I really don't think he needs to gain weight. I don't think that's a problem with his game. I'm gonna go under.
That's not the question. It's just what is he?
That's
what's he
true.
gonna
That's
gain?
true. What's gonna happen? Yeah.
And I'm talking about game 1 next season. His weight, not how much he's
Yeah, what
going
he's
to weigh
listed
on
at.
July 4th.
they'll-
or 5th.
Yeah, they'll list him at the same thing this season. So what they list him at for
Yeah.
We need to
media
get
report or whatever.
we need to get an insider in the Cavs facility who has a scale to give us the official.
All right, and then last question here: episodes of the Kardashians, Double T will appear in next season. Over
I'm
or
gonna show
under?
you-
We'll call it over or under a half.
I'll show you how much reality television I watch. I didn't even know that show was still on TV. So on the off chance that it's no longer on TV, I'm going under.
Is he still
Sports.
with Chloe? Or
No, I don't think.
I have no clue.
Sports are the
I
best
honestly-
reality TV.
This is when we need Jamal. This is when we need Jamal in
This is
here.
where we need
Yeah.
Jamal.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Jamal would have been all over this one.
Yeah.
Is that show still airing? That's crazy if it is.
I think it's. I did some quick Googling. Season 6 of The Kardashians on Hulu premiered and had 10 episodes starting February in 2025. So there was a season. And yeah. But I did read that it was highly unlikely that he would ever be on an episode again, just because they're apparently him and Chloe. I think it's Chloe. Honestly, don't think I could pick any of them out in a crowd, but are just friends now, and they've established that as their relationship. But one episode's
doable. I mean, hey, if they're still airing it, they could probably use anyone they can get. I didn't even know it was
Yeah.
still.
It's probably popular. He probably just, I don't know. I don't watch it, but I think it's a pretty big show.
All right. The land superlatives. Somebody take the responsibility for making a poll. We're gonna need the chat to
I got it.
chime in here. We can all chime in as well, because I don't know how many voters we'll have, but we're gonna do some land superlatives. Us 4 plus Jamal should be in every poll. Let's see what the crowd votes for.
We can only add 4 choices, so
Looks like we're looking at him.
Yeah. All right, first one. First pick, or most likely to be first pick in a pickup basketball game.
Or is this just who would you pick first?
Pretty much that.
Yeah.
I'll say, who would you pick first in a pickup b-ball game? Bill.
That is also a good segue to, if you haven't checked out our free throw competition, Max and I have battled.
Yeah.
I need to find a gym to shoot these things in.
Yeah, I also
Yeah, it is a little awkward. It is a little awkward to film yourself shooting 20 free throws.
Mhm.
I might just go to an outdoor court because I don't think it's going to matter for me. I don't think I'm touching Jack or Max's number.
If you go to an outdoor court, it might be embarrassingly low.
Fight stats.
I'll tell you
Yeah.
that much.
If you do an outdoor court, I might just say you get to add 2 to your number.
Yeah.
Whitey Skoog wants height stats. I am
All right.
6 feet and a half inch.
Whitey Skoog,
6'2".
you are completely wrong. I am the shortest. I am 6 feet tall. It's a tall crew here.
And I might be 6'1".
It is a tall crew.
I'd say you're 6'1", Vito.
Yeah, I'm probably 6'1".
Yeah, you're 6'1". I'm 6'2", 6'2", about 200 right now.
No, Big Rig, on Tinder, I am 6'2".
And I'm 6'3".
You're 6'3"?
Yeah,
Wow.
6'3" and an eighth if you're being specific.
And an 8.
Wow.
We're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Ken,
not, or else I would have said 6'1" and
Did
3/4.
you guys didn't choose pick yourself in this poll,
I
did you?
didn't vote. Am I supposed to vote?
I did not vote. Did you guys
Okay.
vote?
No.
I did
I mean,
not
I'm gonna
vote.
vote. Should I
can't
vote? No?
No, let's not vote.
We
on
can't
this.
vote?
All right, let's
All
end
right.
this poll. Did we get some votes?
We did.
Oh,
Oh,
no
no.
votes.
B-Tow.
Defensive
Wow.
best, dude. We are gonna have a defensive masterclass on our pickup squad. Don't worry about it. Defensive masterclass. Oh, the comp big rig is not Karis LeVert. It's Tumani Kamara. That's the
Whoa.
comp right there.
You're a defensive lockdown guy?
Lockdown.
Wow.
Yeah,
Welcome to
Utah
jail,
Hawks.
baby.
Utah
All right,
Hawks.
we can get through this one quick. This is a filler. Hottest
Utah
takes.
State
Who's got the
Penitentiary.
hottest takes? And I guess what I mean by that is, who do you agree with most? Who do you find yourself?
Well, that is not what
agreeing
hottest
with
takes
most?
means.
Those are two very different.
Those are two very different things.
This is what I meant. Hottest takes is
Best
in
takes.
best takes.
Best takes.
Yeah.
Best takes.
I think we
Yeah.
should include. I think we should include me / Jamal on this one.
Okay. Down for that.
All right. Yeah, I like it.
So there's two people.
Also try and work different orders in here, you know, for the scientific process. Try and slot people into some different orders here. Who has the best takes? I think honestly it might depend on what you're thinking about their takes on. So like you can sort of roll this all into one. Like you got to sort of think about their like food takes over the streams, their entertainment takes over the streams, obviously their takes on the cavies. Lots of takes out there to be had.
People are saying stop the count.
Stop
I
the
can't
count.
see the count.
Let's see it.
Stop the count, they say. Wes and Jamal, fire takes. Stop the count.
I got one.
You got one. That
Jack
was
got
me,
one.
actually.
Oh.
I wanted to see what the people are voting for. All right. Most likely to be your friend in real life.
Oh.
We looping you guys together again, Wes and Jamal? Okay. On its way.
You can only vote
God,
for
I hope
one.
I get some votes.
I hope I get some votes.
Hit the votes,
We
y'all.
got
Hit the
5
votes, hit the votes, hit the votes.
Sounds like we got 5 voters right now, so we could probably rush through these as soon as we
We
see
have
the 5 votes.
18 people. Who's not voting in here? Who's just
People that
listening?
don't think they would be our
Well,
friends.
One of the 5 votes is me. I'm not going to lie. I voted for you, Jack, just in case. Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh wow! Hey, look at that.
I should have voted for myself.
I got one. I got
Hey,
one.
Jack
it was
got a
me.
real one.
No, I think that was Big Rig. I think Big Rig voted for me.
No, it was literally me.
No, it was. I think it's Big Rig.
Jack's only votes are coming from us. All right. Jack might get some votes on this one. Least ball knowledge.
Yeah, this one's a setup.
This one's a shoot.
setup.
Think about this one, though, for real. Who's got the least ball knowledge?
This is a
Still
setup.
This is,
I have.
this is a,
There's a
this is
campaign
a
against me in the chat
nasty
all
question.
year.
I agree,
all
Jack.
year
This is
there's
a
been a
nasty
campaign.
question right here. This is a pure setup. A
This is
pure
bullshit.
setup.
I don't even know the results, but I know it's bullshit.
We got a lot of votes for this one.
Jack got it right. Jack got
Wow.
it right.
I
Don't feel
was-
bad. You got it right, chat.
It was
I
bullshit.
don't feel bad getting 2 votes.
You know what I
I-
said about narratives?
I voted
following-
for you to
following
make
me?
it not look as bad for me.
All right, and most likely to become the host of Jeopardy.
Oh wow.
It's kind of a random one.
This also kind of feels like a setup question posed by the trivia meister.
I didn't even think about that, honestly.
He'll be setting up himself, Jack. What if he loses his own category?
Could be setting
Oh,
myself up for failure.
That would be embarrassing.
Could be setting himself up. Here we go.
All
Will
right,
the
we got-
Trivia Meister pull it off? 5 votes in so far. 6 votes in. I'm not going to vote this time. I was going to. No, you know what? Give Jack a vote. You already had one.
Hey!
Trivia
Wow.
Meister.
That's me.
I love giving Jack pity votes. The friend in real life one wasn't even a pity vote. Jack's the man.
Hey, Jack, you got
Thanks,
quite a
P-Town.
few folks.
Got you, bro.
Things. All right. That kind of does it. I'm going to run through our post-Cav stuff, and then I'll open up to a Q&A if you guys have any questions kind of about what we're going to be doing this summer, stuff like that. But I'll go through this real quick again just in case anybody missed it. Post-Cavs streaming. So we're going to stream every Guardians game. It'll either take place on the land or the land 2, so make sure you have both of those and that you've got VIP in both of those. If you don't have it in the land 2, just request it in the chat and we'll hook you up. We are doing a live hosted game of the week, so that'll be a live host around for all or most of the game, probably with the co-host as well. We'll have 7th inning trivia. It'll be our kind of featured stream throughout the summer. We're also going to have continued coverage of the NBA playoffs, and then we'll have some special events that we stream. Right now we've got Believeland, the Home Run Derby, screening of Major League, and the Roland Garros final on there. The only one of those I imagine we might not have anybody actually hosting is probably the Roland Garros, but yeah, if we can get golf online, Big Rig, that would be great. B-Tow, work your magic. So that's kind of our
We'll do our
plan
best.
that's kind of our plan for the summer. Looking at May, we've got tomorrow, B-Tow is hosting Guardians at Detroit, game 2 in that series. It's a big series. And then the following Tuesday, 27th, I will be leading the stream against the Dodgers. Then looking into June, Mondays and Tuesdays. So first Tuesday of the month, we've got Jack hosting Yankees. Next Monday, we've got Wes hosting Cincinnati. The following Tuesday, San Francisco with me. Following Tuesday, Toronto with B-Tow. And then all those Larry O'Brien trophies are days that we will stream the NBA Finals. And like I said before, we're going to stream the Western Conference and Eastern Conference Finals. I would imagine we might be on stream or popping in and out for the NBA Finals just because it's the finals. And then the other things on there, Roland Garros, Saturday the 7th, Believeland, Monday the 16th, and NBA Draft on the 25th. One last time, tomorrow, 7:10, Guards at Detroit. Be there. There will be trivia. It's going to count towards next month's trivia total. So be there. And lastly, question and answers. Q&A. Is there anything you want to ask us? Any suggestions for content, new features?
Whitey Scoob
Now's
already
the time
dropped
to
a
ask.
question.
I think also, too, if you want to throw in a stage request and give your own sort of
Yes.
quick, recap on the Cavs season, absolutely. Now's a great time to do it. No word on the UFC yet, Whitey Scoob. No word yet on the UFC. When we do get UFC, they'll likely come in one fell swoop with probably all the ESPN Plus stuff and some WWE stuff, but nothing yet, unfortunately.
We might have some WWE streams. If we have WWE on here, I could see Ant Fenn getting in here and the brothers could get together to watch John Cena get RKO'd or something like that.
Hey, Whitey, no worries. Just leave your camera disabled. Come on up here, show off that pretty avatar made by Max, and we'll listen to you spit some Chipotle knowledge on the Cavs season.
But you first have to start off by telling us what your Chipotle order is.
Yeah, Whitey, we did an internal call the other day, Whitey, and I was chomping down on some freeze-dried Skittles, and the guys were like, "What the heck are you doing over there, Wes?"
You were really chomping.
He really was. It was like he was eating them off of his phone.
Freeze-dried Skittles are so good.
Looks like we
Also,
might have
well,
Kevin in for a Believeland stream. So let's go.
what was that?
We might have Kevin in from the Blocked Shot to watch a little Believeland with us.
Oh, that'd be sick. I've never seen that. That sounds fun.
Me either.
Neither have
I've seen it like 20 times.
I. That does not surprise me.
Yeah, not at all.
This will be awesome. Oh, that's actually really exciting that you guys haven't seen it. That'll make it better.
I love it. I love it.
All right. Well, if you guys don't have any more questions, the last thing I do want to shout out. Because
Oh, here's Whitey.
Skoog.
The Skoog.
Guggenheim.
Oh, he's joining.
All right, Whitey, you got
The
to start. You gotta
Skoog is
start-
loose.
The Skoog, baby. You got to start with your Chipotle order. I like that call, Jack. We all got to know. The inventor of the jump shot himself, championship member of the, what was it, like 1948 Minneapolis Lakers or something? Like, here's the man,
Inventor.
the myth, the legend, Whitey Skoog.
There he
Whitey,
is. What's
what is your
up?
Chipotle order, first and foremost?
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Barely.
Let me turn this up a little bit. All right, how is that?
That's good.
Cool. It's not great. Chicken, steak, white rice, lettuce, cheese. Keep it pretty simple.
Double meat.
Burrito. We talking bowl? What are we doing here?
No salsa? No corn?
Well, I like them both, but it depends where we're at. So, if we're at home, that's fine. But at the office, it gets a little messy. So,
Are we at home or the office right now?
no, I'm at home.
We're at home. Okay. Okay. So do we go burrito or bowl?
Today was bowl because I worked there, so took the half to go.
Ah, that makes sense.
Chips?
No, not today.
Wow. No.
This is a
chips
very,
with
very
bowl.
unique Chipotle.
It's a little bold.
Interesting.
All right. I don't approve of the Chipotle order already. So you're off to
Yeah,
a rough
Well,
start.
gotta save money. It's like 13
You're off
bucks.
to a rough start here, Whitey, but I completely understand that.
Well, if we
Let
got
us
the
know, what
free, if you have the free like promo in the app, it's worth it. But if not,
It
it's
gets
like $4.
It gets spendy.
$4 on chips is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's
So
pretty
tell us, what was your Cavs season like? Let us know. What are you thinking about this Cavs squad moving forward?
I don't know. I feel like it's time to let probably Allen go.
Mm.
I mean, I don't
With
want to, but I don't know. I'm in the South. There's a lot of big Pacers fans here, and I don't know. We need like an Aaron Nesmith, someone like that can like hold us together a little bit. I don't know,
Toughness.
A
a
tough
little
guy.
bit. Yeah, like Valanciunas, like some like 6-man, like hold the core together a little bit. It's getting a little muddy. So
Someone that can be a bit of an enforcer, but also maybe a bit of a two. The one thing about Jonas Valanciunas that I struggle with though is like the defensive end of the floor is going to be real tough for him in a lot of matchups.
he's not bad, but if you give him like 10 minutes,
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that. Because clearly Tristan can't play like in a series like this.
No.
So
No doubt.
I mean, I don't think the Giannis move is likely, but if you can move DG and Allen and get him and throw Tyson or whoever, I mean,
That's interesting.
That's the rumor with Windhorst. So if you can do that, I don't think it's likely.
So
But
DG, DG, JA, and
Jalen Tyson.
Tyson or a one,
Jalen
or one or
Tyson.
2 ones. Yeah,
Sign me up.
I don't
Yeah,
think
Yes.
we'll
Sign
have
me
it.
up for that.
I think
but
if
we
you
have to do
can,
that.
Yeah.
Sign
We
me up.
have to do
Let's
that.
go.
They're
Dude,
not
a
including
Giannis Mobley
Donovan
front court?
Mitchell in that, or like
A
Well,
Giannis
the
Mobley
rumors
front court?
all are if anyone gets moved, it's like Mobley for 1-1 or like 2 guys and some picks.
No. We don't get rid of Mobley. We don't get rid of Donovan. We need those 2
Agreed.
guys. Everybody
Yeah.
else could be shipped out. If we could get Giannis for JA and DG, oh my god,
I
Feels
don't
pretty
that.
good.
would
I
they
don't
entertain
want
that?
to
though?
move Mobley, but if we have to move Mobley,
I would not
That's
entertain that if I
fine.
was Milwaukee.
I wouldn't either. But if you throw something on top, like he's going to go for nothing. Not nothing, but like, I mean, Mobley could, in theory, be a top 10 guy. And if you get a guaranteed top 5 guy right now, when's that going to happen again? Where we have him and Don.
Yeah, it's like that Family Guy sketch, right?
It could be anything.
Where
Yeah.
like they can win a boat or like the mystery box, and he's like, the mystery box could be anything, even a boat.
I mean, yeah, I very
Yeah.
much like Mobley, but yeah, who knows what's going to happen with that. The playoffs this year were not good, in my opinion. Besides defense.
For Mobley?
Well, he was hurt, but like, I don't think he's the one.
Interesting.
He
He's
led
not-
the playoffs in effective field goal percentage.
I know he did, but he didn't get the ball.
And again, like I think that's to me that's a Kenny Atkinson problem, more so than anything else, and maybe even partially his teammates as well. Like
It is, but one is Mobley averaged like 25 a game for us, like consistent.
I think it's coming. He's
I-
23
I-
years old still.
I hope
He's still
it is.
23. He defers. He's a soft-spoken guy. I think his
But also-
he needs the people around him to be the ones that
does.
build him up.
But also, Giannis is like a top 20 player, probably all time. Once done. So if you
Can't
can
disagree
lock
with you
that
there.
up, you lock that up with Don. You got 2 guys. It's just him and Lillard. They look better.
Yeah.
I have too much faith in Evan Mobley to make the move, but I completely see where you're coming from. I mean,
Yeah.
Giannis.
I don't want to do it, but if you have to, because if not, Don's probably gone.
you
You
could
think
argue
Don?
that
You think Don's gone if we
In
don't?
in 2 years,
in 2 years if we don't.
or
yeah,
whenever
we
the
don't-
contract's
I
done.
think
So
that's
if you're gonna like go in, just go in. And this
Yeah, it
point,
depends
it's
on
like,
how much you believe in Evan Mobley, quite honestly, because
Oh,
you
I'd
could
love
argue
Evan
Giannis Antetokounmpo is. You could
Yeah.
make an argument he's the best player in the NBA. You really could, like if you really wanted to. Like
I
I
mean,
would
if
go
I
to
had
him,
to-
obviously, but
if I had to pick, I'd take him over Shea.
oh, I would take him over Shea for sure as well.
Yeah, and he's the MVP.
So no, it is. Hey, it's a great point you bring up, and I'm just such a believer in 4 that I can't get there personally, but
Yeah,
Completely
I'm a big fan
understand.
too.
Yeah.
But if that's the price to pay, I mean, I'd rather move Allen, DG, and get that done. But if not, I don't know. We've been stagnant for 4 years.
Yeah.
So.
That's an interesting thing to hear. We've been stagnant for 4 years because, in my mind, up until this playoff run, we were on a trajectory. We were like this. We were on a linear trajectory towards the
Yeah.
championship. And kind of hearing that come out of your mouth makes me like look back at it, and it does feel now all of a sudden it does feel
Well,
stagnant. I
It
know
we
felt like
started-
we were moving up, but we've never had like a Pacers. Like I'm in Cincinnati, so the Pacers are the team here, and they have jumped us the last 2 years, and they're the
they made
worst
runs
team.
back-to-back years.
Yeah, and they're gonna probably make the finals. I think they're worse.
I wouldn't say we're stagnant though. I mean, we started in the play-in game.
Yeah, we just
And then
never
we-
made a little run.
We've never made it to the Eastern Conference Finals
I mean,
with this team.
Yeah.
we haven't. Yeah, I've never felt confident we can win since
I was feeling pretty confident going into these playoffs.
I was
I'll tell you
too,
that.
and then game 1 happened, and I was like, oh.
I think Block the Shot kind of nailed it right there. Wouldn't say stagnant, but more baby steps than leaps, and that's kind of the vibe too. Is like,
Yeah.
and especially going into these playoffs, we were expecting a leap. It felt like a leap, and if the step backwards in our playoff run felt like it turned this great big thing we had going into something that we're going to look back at and go, well, yeah, but we didn't do anything in the playoffs, so it's all for nothing. Like,
My only
Regular
worry
season.
is now is the time that we're cheap. So we're probably going to lose 3 players. So going forward, we're going to lose the bench. And we have to take like really big jumps to get to that point. So it's kind of like the same with like the NFL with like a rookie QB.
Yep. Rookie contracts. Yep.
Yeah.
As soon as you,
Yeah,
your
like
rookie
if you're going to make the
contract, skill
run,
position
you have to
players.
like jump early, and then
Yeah.
hope you have a Braun or Giannis. At this point, it's like, I mean, Don's amazing, but he's like the 8th, the 10th best player. So Mobley needs to take like a huge leap to get to that point.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Which I hope he does. I think he will. But
Big trust, Whitey. Big trust.
it is big trust.
Our guy four is going to do it. He's 23 years old. He's 23,
Yeah,
which
right.
isn't like a baby in NBA terms, but
Let's,
my man, appreciate you hopping up while you're
Yes.
eating Chipotle. Thanks for
sure.
hopping on stage.
Yeah, thanks
Some
for
really
coming on,
good
dude.
points there. Like,
appreciate it.
yeah, it's and the block the shot that you called out their comment here in chat, like Max, about us sort of needing to take leaps instead of baby steps, or it feels like we're taking baby steps instead of leaps. We'll bring the stream full circle. That's what I meant when like my word was sort of like volatility or like something around that is like I want to go all in on trying to make the leaps. That's again like I want to go all in on trying to make leaps. And yeah, maybe that does involve shipping off Jared Allen and Darius Garland. I think it certainly involves probably moving JA or trying to at least get a little different on the interior. But yeah,
I don't
we'll
think
see.
anybody's going to want JA.
Yeah, I don't think he has a ton of trade value right now. DG, I would love to see DG one more year potentially be healthy in the playoffs, but I don't trust that he will be. So
Yeah. He's I don't know. There's a part of me that kind of as we're talking here is like just thinking as the Cavs. I kind of lost my train of thought, or at least how I was going to word it. But uneasy. Going back to my word being uneasy. If we do stand pat and continue down the road that we just run it back, and if something goes wrong, the reaction is going to be twice as ridiculous as it will be if we make a move this year. So, Mobley straight up for Giannis sounds kind of ridiculous, but also you can convince yourself that maybe it's a possible move that could help us out. But if something happens next year, even something that's out of our control, Mobley gets injured, Donovan gets injured, something weird happens, and we just can't compete for a title or even get close, we may be put in a situation where things start to get out of control and we try moving Mobley for somebody that's not Giannis, or something
that's not gonna
weird
happen.
could happen. That's my uneasiness, I think, that I feel. So kind of as I think when we started this conversation or this stream, I thought I'd like to stand pat, but I think I'm coming out of it kind of thinking maybe I am open to kind of shaking things up a little bit.
Holy for Christ.
And I think it's time to close this up. That's going to be my closing statement before we thank all the Landinos. But you want to run through here real quick? Does anybody have a closing statement they want to say before we move on with our nights?
I'll piggyback off you, Max.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just realized we never mentioned the name Kobe Altman this entire stream. And that's one reason why I think you can rest a little bit easier, Max. That is a guy that I do trust. So I don't think he's going to do anything crazy or stupid or anything that you need to be uneasy about. Look, it's a great season for the Cavs. Evan Mobley made a massive leap. Darius Garland came back healthy early in the season and looked incredible once again. We've added pieces in guys like DeAndre Hunter, Ty Jerome. What an incredible surprise he was. So yeah, I mean, I think we've got the core two, in my opinion, in Mobley and Mitchell that you really need to have. I want to see how the rest of this team develops around those two over the next couple of years. And yeah, you can best believe that my eyes will mostly be on Kenny Atkinson here because I do think that's still a piece that's incredibly important to this team's championship ceiling. And I highly question it right now. So with that being said, outside of the Cavs basketball standpoint, I am so pumped to continue rocking with the Landinos the rest of the guard season, all the way going into next Cavs season. It's been an amazing, amazing experience to be able to watch Cavs basketball with you all season long. Genuinely from the bottom of my heart, thank you. What a season. 2026 is our year. Let's go. Number 4 to the moon.
Go.
Jack, just cat.
I say let's run it back, maybe change a little something, here and there. The roster construction may look a little different on the 6 through 12 guys, but I say run it back. Let's win the ship. Stay healthy. Kenny, do better. And yeah, screw the Cavs subreddit.
Screw Cavs subreddit.
Amen. Wes.
People forget too. Next season we're gonna have a full season with the Cavalanche cannons in Rocket Arena. So we got that's the secret weapon that we need. No, I don't think the Cavs necessarily need to make a big leap. I think they can take baby steps. I think they'll be exploring a big leap. And if it's out there, to B Tao's point, I trust Kobe Altman to make the right move. If it's not, though, the Pacers series was tough, but the Cavs were also kind of right there. And with a few small tweaks, they could have been in the driver's seat in that series. So if the big swing is out there and I'm Kobe and it makes sense, I take it, but I don't think it's necessary. And I don't think he should, nor will he feel the pressure to do that.
They were closer this year than their final result says they were.
Yeah,
Totally.
I agree. I think we all agree with that.
Especially
We got
considering the
unlucky
injuries.
in some places. We shot ourselves in the foot in some places, and the refs suck, as always. Let's wrap this up. Thank you guys to all the Cavs fans. Thank you guys for your support. Thanks for coming on here. I mean, I've seen
Yes.
there's been people in this room for this entire 2 hours of us talking basketball. It's really cool for us to be able to sit up here and just chat as four close friends and have all you guys watch and participate and jump up on stage. This has been an absolute blast. Can't wait to rock with all you Cavs fans next season and all the Guards fans tomorrow. We
See you
will
tomorrow,
be
Guards
back.
fans.
B-Tau spearheading. That's it. I'm Max.
I'm B-Tau.
I'm Jack.
Les.
We're the boys from the land. We'll see you tomorrow for the Guards Landinos. We're going to have this
Appreciate
session,
y'all.
then we're going to throw on some playoff hoops. Later.